Hello, everybody. Figured I'd open it up a little early so you guys can see the drinks and start choosing if you'd like. I think my script's pretty much fixed, except for now I just keep getting a bunch of messages received 5, messages received 2, 2, 3, 1. So I don't know why it keeps throwing that in there, but at least it's pulling over Garrett with Barks 36 and VMC Peach 39. And BH, it only pulled in 1926. For some reason, it's only pulling in some of the drinks and not everybody else. Yeah, let me go through and see what I can find. So we need to get BH, JC, Joe Minnick. It didn't pull a year in. Smoker didn't pull a drink in. Just writing these down to make sure I go back and see if I can find them. So I'm trying to watch and see. JCBH, Smoker, if you want to put your drinks in again, see if it'll pull them over this time. And also, Joe Minnick, it didn't pull a year in for you, so if you want to put a year in, you're welcome to try that again also. I figured I'd start a little bit early just to get you guys drinks and list and everything. Hey, there's Fervid's Finds. See, it pulled out Captain Vic and Joe. It didn't pull a drink in. So, Joe, I got your year for 36. So that's good. But Captain Vic, it did not pull a drink or fervids. BH says 7-Up Tropical. Oh, there you go. And Pepsi Zero Cream for Smoker, I think it said. So I'll have to work on it. It's probably got too tight of a fuzzy logic going on. I saw we had one new member earlier. It was a searcher. Not sure who that was because it's already off the screen. But I'll check here. David Cannon has been a member for 1 month for the supporter level. Thank you, David. VMC's been a member for 3 months. Good luck, everybody. Hopefully, yes. So I think those are in. See, it pulled Thomas's fine. No, it only pulled Pepsi Zero. So Thomas needs Pepsi Zero Cherry. Dennis, let me look. I got Fanta Orange 39, it said. Some of them I think is because there's cherry in multiple drinks, like the Pepsi Cherry Zero and Pepsi Cherry and the Coke Cherry cream or whatever it is. All those, I think, if it's doing that, it's not fully pulling it. It's not sure what to do. So I'll keep working on it. But I've got this off to the side to make sure we get the correct ones, and I'll go through them also. Janet, welcome. Mountain Dew Baja Cabo Citrus. And we found out that, I don't know if you guys ever have heard Cactus Cooler. I've never saw it until I moved to Utah. But it's kind of like a pineapple orange flavor. I've never seen it in Zero. And the Mountain Dew Baja one that you just put is basically the same taste, but with Zero. David Rubin. Let's see, I got Dr. Pepper Cream Soda 38. A.T. Roberts, at Roberts, whichever way you go by. Lots of people in here. Got start seeing some of the names. Got Brian Robinson, Garrett Christensen, KJ MLN, Jim Thompson. Greetings from the Outer Banks of North Carolina, I'm assuming. Let's see, BHVMC, JC Likes Pam, Jenna Nesbitt, Joe Minnick, Joseph Wells, Smoker, William, Vincent, New Marshall, Argent, Mike Schleis, Elizabeth. I think Elizabeth was the one that became a searcher, if I remember right. Now that I saw your name. Remembered. Fervids, Michael Martin. I'm sure there's others, just zooming through real quick, and so there you go. I think the Goss stopped taking entries. Now I've got 32 people entered and it's still running. But we can check. Kentucky Fried just sent a laughing disco. Thank you, Kentucky Fried. And welcome. I'm sure I've missed other people in there, but that's what goes quite fast and kind of goes, hard to keep track. Argent sent a Dad Hunts Coin gift membership, and that went to Mama J 7777. Thank you, Argent. Maybe not showing in chat. I showed that I have Garrett did it, said thanks for entering. Be sure to claim your prize if you win. So I'm not sure if... Well, that was weird. It pulled in a message from Streamlabs that said 1901, so maybe that is a premonition. Scott sent a membership for Dad Hunts Coins, and that went to Donkey Socks, $2.50. And I'll check and see make sure you're in there. BH, of course, we'll make sure you're in there. Yeah, you were in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 entries ago. And if you're new and not wondering what this is a drink list that I have, and we're guessing what you think I'm drinking tonight. If you get it right, you get an entry into an extra giveaway. So you don't win a giveaway, you just get an extra entry. And then also you're guessing the oldest year of this box that we're going to get. And again, at the end of the night, if you're spot on or the closest, whichever, you also get extra entry onto the wheel. And then at the very end of the night, when we go to do the wheel, I also let everybody in for the end of stream. I also put everybody in that entered on the wheel. So you should get multiple things. Treasure Hog, I got Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero, but I didn't see a year. A.T. Roberts, I saw 34. I don't know if you put a year in or a drink earlier. It was our Pepsi Zero, Barks 39. So let me write those down. I got Treasure with a year. And I'm not sure if AT didn't pull a drink. Elizabeth didn't pull a drink. Treasure Hog, you're only going for 1980 out of this box? That's basically like saying you don't want to win. AT said Fanta Orange. So you can always guess a different 40, okay. I was thinking 1980, we usually find at least multiple from the 50s and into 40s. And when I end the script, I'll go through and I'll have to combine some of them. Raymond says, did you get mine? I saw AG's come in. I think it was a Pepsi Cherry or something. No, Pepsi 039 it said. Raymond, let me see. I've got to fix the script because it keeps pulling crap I don't need. If you want to put it in again, I can always delete any extras. And Elizabeth, if you want to guess older than 56, I would recommend doing that. I don't know, I'm going to have to go through and get rid of all the junk that it's pulling over. I've literally got 20, 30 things in between each guess, and so I'll go through it at the end. 36. Now, righty. And I think the fuzzy logic is just too narrow, so it's not getting everybody's drinks or years. And thank you to the people in blue. They're the moderators. They help out a ton. I do see that we have a 39 likes already, so after the box giveaway, then we'll do the 25 like giveaway. I don't want to test it and see if it does two at the same time, but BH sent a Dad Hunts coined membership for a look at that, Fervid's Finds. He donated the box hunt tonight, and he gets a membership for it. Congratulations. That is awesome. Exclamation GAW. If you want in on this box, going to give this box away, and then your choice of either 5 1-ounce copper rounds. Jen Thompson sent a high, sent marshmallow high. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to put it in again, I'll just delete any of the duplicate stuff. Like for some reason it keeps pulling over Streamlabs 1901. Well, Streamlabs, I don't see any guesses, so not sure. I got Civ 5. See a year. And like I said, if there's duplicate stuff, like if you put it in, I'll go through and get rid of any extras or the ones I know, like 1980. So figured I'd give everybody at least 15 minutes from when we opened. And with your win tonight, like I was saying, you can either get 5 1-ounce copper rounds. You can get a penny pack, which is a 2-cent coin. Coal, you can see like the 2 and some wreath and stuff. An Indian head penny, wheat pennies from 09 to 19, a couple from the 20s and 30s, and then 40 to 1958, you get a BU wheat penny. You also get a PD&S steel cent. The nickel pack, you get a V nickel, you get 2 dated Buffalo nickels, you get a regular war nickel, and you get a AU war nickel. So on those, it's any of those 3 choices. MLN, I think I got the Canadian giveaway thing figured out, and that's just going to work for everybody that same way. So we'll see if that works. So we'll see if you win. Guess who's back? Back again. I'm grabbing a copy of the chat, and I'm going to resume entries. So if you haven't gotten in, you're still welcome to. Perfect. Chris, I saw you put Coke Zero, but for some reason it did not pull it over. So if you want to enter it again in a year, you're welcome to. Like I said, I'll take out duplicates. And we'll go through them before we do everything. I don't have just a Coke Zero. I have the Coke Zero Cherry Float, if that's what you meant. Dad Hunt's back. Yeah, that's a nice one. Got Captain Vic's. So anyway, I was gonna rip open some half dollar boxes because I through the holes they looked brand new. I opened up the end, pulled a couple out, and they were brand new. So I was like, okay. So I threw I take it about chest level and I just slam them drop them onto the ground like forcefully, and it breaks up the coins inside instead of having to rip the paper open each one. Well, I started gathering them up, and I'm like, because the box split open by that couple drops, and I was like, wait a minute, those aren't all brand new. So I started looking, and it was circulated. So I don't know how every single hole at the bottom had new ones, shinies, because some of them were at the backside, so it could have been like 24s also. But all the ones I pulled out had 2025s. So I was like, So I started opening the rolls, going through the ones that popped out, going through the rolls, and roll 49, because I just picked up other ones, and so I don't know where it was in the box. But I ended up pulling this guy. So I've got more boxes that look brand new, so I'll have to double check those. All right. Exclamation GAW if you want in. I'll give you about 20 seconds more, and then we're going to close the entries. We'll start a 25 and then a 50 like after that, if soon here, because I'm showing 45. So I got B Waller in here. We got 39 people entered, I should say. All right. So we'll come over here so you guys can see the 39 entries. I'm going to close the entries. And the winner of the box is Michael Erickson. You won the box set. Congratulations. So we'll complete that. We'll come over to 50 likes. So you now have 4 minutes to enter the 50 like giveaway. And then in the meantime, Michael, you can always email me with what you would like, because I'm sure I'll miss it in the chat. Hopefully I would see it, but who knows. But let me know which way you want, and I will make sure you get your full hunt package. All right, I'm going to close the drinks, because then we'll start going through those. All right, so I'm going to do some sorting just for just a minute. Get rid of all that crap that I don't need. Actually, that's weird. It didn't pull any of that over. So that'll make it easier. So let's sort it by username. So I got AGs. I'm just getting rid of any duplicate stuff. Argent. AT's got Fanta and 1934. And changing yours to 1920, I believe you said. Let's see, BH got Tropical Zero 26. I'll make sure Michael's is in there. I got Billy's, got his. Brian B. Waller's, Callie Brown's fan, got yours. Captain Vic, Pepsi 036. Civ 5, got both of yours now. Don't need my test. Elizabeth, combine a couple of yours. Yes, I'm talking to myself. And no, I'm not watching chat at the moment. Fervid's is Dr. Pepper 1900. GC, Fresco Black Cherry 39. I bet the reason it didn't pull yours over the first time was because it said Fresco. But it should have picked up on that. Joe. Wells. KJ. So Kentucky Fried, did you want Fanta Orange or Sprite Zero? Because I have both entered for you. Just about done here. All right, now let's resort it. Okay, let's come over here. We'll close this entry. The winner of 25 likes, A.T. Roberts, at Roberts. You're the 25 like giveaway. You didn't win the box, but you were saying you haven't won for a while. There you go. Alright, so I'm going to go to here. The only one I have question on really is BH. I have one that said 7-Up Tropical 026, and then I'm guessing the Sprite 0 was from Michael Erickson, which is down here, so I'm going to assume that Sprite 0 one is not yours. So I've got drinks and years for AG, Argent, AT, BH, Billy, Brian, B. Waller, Callie Browns, Cap Vic, Chris Helms, Civ 5, David, Kenham, David Rubin, Dennis Stewart, Elizabeth, Fervids, Garrett, JC, Jana, Jim, Joe, Joseph, KJ. Oh, it's Kentucky Fried. I had Fanta Orange 0 and a Sprite 0. So, Kentucky Fried, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to randomly choose one for you. MLN, Martin, Michael Erickson, Michael Martin, Mike Schleiz, New Marshall, Raymond. Also, you had Mountain Dew, Baja, and 7-Up Tropical 0. So, let me know. Kentucky Fried said Sprite, please. So I'll get rid of the Fanta Orange. So Michael, I think you changed yours to 28, you said. So I think that one is going away. No, that was there two? No, okay, never mind. Michael Erickson, Michael Martin. It was Raymond, Mountain Dew, Baja, and 7-Up. Which one, if you're still in here? Otherwise, I will randomly choose one for you. Scott. I also had a Pepsi 48 and a Sprite 37. Raymond says 7-Up. So, Scott, do you want Pepsi 48, Sprite 37, or something else? Sprite 37. Okay, I will get rid of Pepsi 48. Okay. So it's in alphabetical order, so if you see your name, you're on the list. If you haven't, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to enter your drink. Yes, the winner of the box hunt was Michael Erickson. So, William E is the last one. Like I said, it's alphabetical. You do have AG and Argent at the top, down to William E at the bottom. No, that's understandable. So I'm going to say this is where it's at the moment. And no, I don't want to insert an ad. Shut up. I know. So the winner of the drink, and I see 51 likes, which means we probably need to do a 50 like giveaway now. I get a little bit, but I turn off, YouTube will still insert an ad, but I have it so I don't put the ads in, like mid-rolls, what they call it. So I do get a little bit. I could get more, but I would rather have you guys have a more pleasurable experience than having me make $2 or $3 extra dollars. The winner, I'm going to sort these now, the names. so I can find the drink. Let's see, did anybody get it? I do show 2 people got the drink correct. So I'm going to get them on the board while I'm thinking about it. I'm also going to get Michael on the board. The drink tonight, Pepsi Zero, Wild Cherry, and Cream. That was Brian and Smoker. I was tempted to go with Mountain Dew Baja, but I was like, I feel like a Pepsi Cream. And to me, the Pepsi Pepsi Cherry Cream is much better than the Coke Cherry Float. Well, the only one that I have is cherry. I have Coke Cherry, Dr. Pepper Cherry, and the Pepsi Zero Cherry Cream. I guess you have black cherry too, but I have all kinds of assortment. But cherries are good. Blueberries are my favorite, but for some reason they don't make blueberry drinks. I like all of them. Some of them I do probably choose a little more often, but this thing is way glued down. Yeah, blueberries are my absolute favorite. Right now it looks like I'm at 52 according to mine, which probably means we're at 53, but we haven't even started the hunt and we're already in the 50s. Let's see if we have any enders. The one time we had a war nickel ender. Not seeing any buffalo or war backside jumping out. But we do have quite a few old ones. Like that one looks pretty decent good. Some of these could be the way the flaps are, but not every roll is like the same height. I hate it when that happens. That one might be an older, I can't see the date on it, but let's see where we're at. We got I'm going to resume it just for a second while I get over to the other screen. So you'll have about 15 seconds to enter exclamation GAW. And then we will draw. All right. Michael Erickson, David Canham. Let me put you on mute for just a second. That was a voicemail from my daughter. Alright, I guess it was actually my son, not my daughter. He was saying he was watching and he was going to pick Mountain Dew and the new one. So, sorry, Alex. It's not Mountain Dew. It's Wild Cherry Zero. Alright. That definitely gave you guys enough entry time. It's now closed. We're going to pick a winner. And don't forget, you can only win one regular giveaway a night. The box hunt, such as Michael Erickson, is eligible also. And this went to Billy. You've won quite a few times in a row lately. Or not in a row, but quite a few times lately. So congratulations. Oh, excuse me. There we go. There we go. Rubazar, I'm going to give you some points so you can gamble. And Elizabeth, same thing to you. If you want to. There you go. That's how I get the first one out of the box, is just stab it. Bring it in a little closer so you can see some of it. There, that's probably a little better for you. I'll take the 5 rounds. Anything you have that's colorized will do, even if you have to double it. I don't have any colorized. I did pick up some more. It's just a mixed lot. So they're just regular copper, but what I'll do is I'll send you a code that you can enter all 5 that you want, and then use that code and it will deduct it completely. And when you see that, that means you can guess the year. I do pull out, of course, all the 64 Denvers, 63 Phillies, 64 Denvers. I look for the DDO, and or D over D, I mean, and a 63 Philly. I look for the DDR. Yeah, so the entries on the wheel are the guesses. You just get entries onto the wheel, and that's at the end of the night. And then it's if you get it, you get a 1 ounce copper round off of my website. I give you a code, you enter it, and then when you check out, it makes it 0. There is a option for GOS shipping. So These guesses are just for entry onto the Wheel of Names. That's throughout the night. You do not have to be present to win at the end of the night, but you do at least have to email me and say, hey, I rewatched that last little bit and I won. Because not everybody can be here all night. So, and I will get codes and stuff sent out probably after the stream, unless we have a lull for some reason. Thank you. I do have another one to put up. That is a new one. Oop, the one I just pulled off is a 1959. Starting off with the 50s. Get that on the board. All right, 59. And 59. I'm sure we got someone. Got a 58. 59 for Billy. Was there anybody else besides Billy? Billy and My Wolf? It's a new name. Welcome, My Wolf. So I'm going to get you on the wheel there. And it's M-I-W-O-L-V-E. Oh, come on. So, welcome, My Wolf. After you've been in here a little bit, if you haven't before, it'll let you start getting names or points to gamble. But once I find it pop up, I usually will give you points. Mods can also give you points. Alright, we got VMC says stop. It's another 1959, and yes, it is the second one. If I can get a hold of this stupid thing. So 2 59s in a row. Argent and Kentucky Fried. Thank you. Todd, if you're still here, welcome. And you've now popped up, so you have some points that you can gamble with. Usually when it's also like that, I also put the other one up because some people are like, "That's you just showed us that one." It's like, no, I didn't. So 64 Denver. Like I said, I pull it off to the side. Oh, thank you. The finds box was covering it. I also pull out anything from 50s or older, any 2009s, any 2024s. The last, I think, 3 streams we had one with 9, one with 12, and one with I can't remember, like 7 or something. Right now we've been counting 2026s as fines just because they're not really like box circulation. I know people have gotten them. Scott sent some nickels, which we've given out. I think we'll find more here in a little bit. And like I always say, I usually don't find the new stuff until at least midsummer. But we found our 2026 in, I can't remember if it was March or if it was into April, but we have 56 likes, it looks like, and we're only 3 rolls in. I know, of course, it was going to start with a lot more because everybody was in here for the beginning of the stream to win. I got 2025p. Never really find P's in my area much. Not that it's a find, but see, there's 2025D, so it's P and a D. Hey, Fleabag, welcome. We got a 63 Philly we'll look for at the end of the night. We're on roll 3, and we've already had 2 finds. There are nights where we get a bunch to start with, and then it kind of slows down. Hopefully we have more that we can guess, and not just all 2025 or 4s. Because when you get half of your finds are 2024s, so you can't really guess. Those are the nights the streams get over a little quicker. Did find a V nickel, I don't know, a month ago or something. I haven't found any halves yet. I do have 2026, thanks to Garrett. Thank you again for that. And I got your envelope today that you sent. I picked that up because my new passport came and it was in the mailbox, so I was like, nice. You know, if you can sell them, great. I was selling 2024s and 5s on eBay for halves. Making good on those, and then as soon as the new year hit, literally nothing. Oh. We have another one we can guess. Seems like it's a little bit blurry. There we go. So it'd be kind of cool to find some, but like I said, I probably won't find some for quite a while. Although that box surprised me last night. Like I said, through the bottom, every hole was shiny. Pulled some out, both ends were shiny. 2025s on one end. And so I just started bashing them open, and after a few bashes and I was like, wait a minute, those aren't all shiny. So I gathered up a couple handfuls and started looking at them. I'm like, wait, those are circulated. So I don't know how every single hole was a new shiny one, but it was. It's 5 rolls in and 3 finds. 259s and whatever is up here. And if anybody guessed a 59, you are correct. And yes, that's 3 59s. Get that on the board. It's not, it's actually exclamation rigged. All right. 59. Got to go back up to where they were. There we go. Four of them at 58. Cool. Let's see which ones those were. So 58 was, oop, wrong screen. Civ 5. And VMC. And Raymond. And KJ, missed you. So there you go. So now you'll have to be wondering, if I find another one, is it going to be a 59? Do you have games that you can play? Gamble, duel, slots, and adventure, or whatever it is. And those are what the points are for. Again, points are free. Gain them for time in chat. You also get them for subscribing. At least you should. They're free, and so if you run out, we give you more. Maybe all the 59s are coming out first so that all the buffaloes and stuff will like pushing them all out. You don't have to subscribe. I just said you can get more points if you subscribe. Hey, Fleabag got 3 eyeballs. Larkers, I guess. Because it's one of those that I like it if people like and subscribe. but it's not a requirement. And I've had times where after the stream ended, maybe because they didn't win or something, who knows, but then it becomes, one of them becomes a dislike, like the likes go down and the dislikes go up. Usually I don't get dislikes too often, but sometimes people just dislike a stream just because they didn't win or something, and it's like, okay, you can like it, hate it, it doesn't matter. It's not like it's a, hey, Billy sent a Dad Hunts gift membership to Michael Erickson. Michael won the box hunt and a gift membership. Congratulations. And thank you, Billy. That is 5 new members tonight. I know we've had some Jewel things sent. That's cool. Thank you. Mom says that she will put one of my videos on and just run it in the background while she's, you know, doing whatever. She goes, it's just too boring for me. She goes, I can watch about 15 seconds and then I'm done. I said, well, yeah, but you're not into coin collecting. And Elizabeth sent a star. Thank you, Elizabeth. And looking into the thing more, it was also saying that the jewels things like being sent that way replace the super stickers. So I guess it's not both, it's one or the other. Yeah, I think some people do just like dislike every stream just to make people think, oh no. For me, it's like, whatever. I like the likes because then I can give away stuff to you guys. Just like we're at 61, so another 14 more, and we've got a 25 like giveaway, which we've hit a few times. But we need another basically 40 to give away Scott's gift of a 1-ounce silver bar. Still sitting right there. Anyway, G said he had a fire meeting or something. Can't remember what it was, but I did find another NIFC that he needed. So I've set that off to the side. So far it's just one, but it's one of those that he wanted me to look for, build a set of NIFCs. So I was able to get the majority of one and sent that to him. I think it was 30 NIFCs for him. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the post that on that, so I just couldn't remember if it was a fire meeting or what it was, but I guess cleaning the equipment. Michael Erickson won the box. Queen Cody. And all 3 finds from the 50s are 1959. Got you excited for a second. I guess when you see Michael, you're like, woo, and then you're like, oh. And if you do it lots of times fast, it's woo, woo, woo. Yes, I just went woo, woo, woo. I was thinking of wee woo, but this is one where you'll want to guess any year, basically. I haven't looked at the year, but it is a beaver. It's Canadian. So if you're into fur trapping, we've got one for you. Ten rolls down. Hopefully you find a lot more than this. And welcome, Todd. And by the way, Todd Kendrick. And if you want to change your year, you're completely welcome to. You just retract the one that you put in and choose a new year. My Wolf, I don't know if you're still here, but you've now got some points to gamble with. Like I said, it makes you be in here for a little bit and in the stream and chat and stuff before it gives you points. But once you get those first points, I always add more points to everybody. So. That's good. Whoops. All right. Did anybody guess a 1993? If you did, then you were correct. If you didn't, hopefully someone else is close. Get that on the board. Uh, 93, we had, if I can find where we were, or was it 93? Yeah. So 93, nice. We do have one. I have it on live chat, but I'm not finding a 93. Dennis at 94. Okay. I thought I saw something about a 93, but I guess we'll go with Dennis. And usually my mods can find the people quicker before I do because I have to put it on the board. Well, I don't have to, but I put it on the board. And by the time I've got that done, they've usually already found who it was. 10 rolls of pennies, here we go. Alrighty, good luck on pennies. Tomorrow I have a daughter's softball game. And then church is doing a Cinco de Mayo thing. Just food and everything at the park. And so we'll get done with the game. And I'll take the kids down there. And we'll eat. And then I'll take them home. And then the next night, I have my son's baseball game. An ill-defined Cahithos? And if anybody's come in and just lurking, welcome. You can lurk all you want and not play the games. It doesn't matter to me. It's not like the more chats give me more money or anything. It doesn't work like that. Someone used my Amazon link and bought something. Thank you, whoever did. Amazon link gives me usually about 1% of your shipped total. You got a coin to guess now. But yeah, it's usually like 1%. There are a few other categories and stuff. I think like beauty products give you a little bit more. Yeah, like I say, the Dad Hunts coins, you go there and at the very beginning of the screen, I'll show you real quick. So you come over here, Dad Hunts coins right there, and also right there. But you click that, it will then take you to the Amazon store, and there you go. I've got stuff, but it doesn't count for me, so I can't use my own link. Hey, Jimmy. Yeah, it's there are a few categories, like I said, I think like beauty products or something. I think give a little bit more. I'm not sure exactly, but if I go through Amazon, you can just get random stuff. Yes, you don't have to get stuff off of my, like, I do have a list of things that, you know, I recommend, like flips and things like that. And I made a couple of affiliate links, put them in our YouTube description. Just still getting used to it. Yeah. I've ordered some new coppers. I found a mixed lot, and they're shipped. They should be here Wednesday, I think. But it was 156 random rounds. I do know that there was a couple, some Trump ones, some like seeded Liberty or trade dollar looking ones. It didn't show a picture of every single one, but when I get them, I'll take some pics if they're new ones and stick them on the store. We have a 1946. We've got our 40s. Get that on the board. And Civ 5 said he nailed it. 46, yeah, first one. Actually, there was a couple above it, I think. But did anybody else besides Civ? Yeah, Mike and Joseph. So, Civ 5, Mike S, Joseph. And I think those 3. If I missed you, if you also had 46, but I had Civ 5, Mike S, and Joseph W. Yeah, the link, you can go in and just buy anything, you know, what you normally get, that sort of thing. So it's, like I said, it's literally one extra thing instead of clicking, you know, typing Amazon or even just going to a link. You just have mine saved the same way, like I have Amazon as a in my list. I can just go to it, you know. But you can go to Dad Hunts Coins and then click on Amazon. So it's literally one click extra. So I think the stuff like on my list of things that I recommend in that, I do think I get more. So I have like the coin flips that I use. I put those on there. The one reason I like the ones I get is because some of them, like, you put the coin in and it is like right up at the edge, whereas this, it leaves like that much. I don't know if you click on mine, if it would take you to your Canadian one or not. I don't know. Guess you could always try it. Yeah, I mean, if it was like you had to go through a huge long process or something, it'd be like, I can understand. But I mean, it's literally, instead of Amazon, like if you have a favorite saved, instead of drop down, click Amazon, you drop down, click Dad Hunts Coins, and then you click the Amazon. But it gives me on shipped revenue. So if someone like returns it or something, it does get deducted back off. And it doesn't show me what you bought or who bought it. It just shows the shipped revenue for that day. Amazon not. Yeah, I was kind of figuring that would be that way, but thanks for at least checking. Cool. Three aliens. Elizabeth. If an alien comes to visit you, let us know. Can't remember who it was. I saw his short. Might have been like Dig and Dave or something. Anyway, it was a short as I was going through shorts one night, and I was like, oh, yeah. And he had opened a box. It was a double stacked, and he said it was taped up. And he opened it up, and all the ends were folded over. And so he was saying something about, are these returns, or because he's never had that happen. So I commented and I said, yeah, I get the flat Loomis with the holes in the bottom. You look through, all of them look normal. You'll open up the box. It's been re-glued, so it's not even taped. It's been re-glued, and all the ends are folded over. And of course, you won't find silver. I've never found silver in a box like that. But one box that I had, that happened. Digging, okay. I was thinking it was digging, but the one box, I had 10 proofs out of one of those type of boxes. We do have another Canadian. No. Oh, come on. Just seeing if any lighting adjustments. It's a little better. See, I've never found silver in one of those boxes, but I have found, like another time I had one, and the box was that way, and I found, I think it was like 2 proofs, and then I also found I think a 74 DDO. Hey, we got another one out of that roll. So I think they must have looked just for silver, because like I said, that one box had 10 proofs. But whoever it is, they're sneaky about it because they put all the side that's still rolled on the bottom, so when you look through the holes, you see regular ones. All right, there's a new one for you guys. The one I just took off was 98. It just added the 3 backwards. So they took the 3, duplicated it, and flipped it. Get that on the board. And let's see, 98. I'm sure someone got it. '97. Looks like 97s if I'm looking at it right. I didn't see a 2000, so 97 was Vincent and Brian. One time I got the email and I just copied and pasted the address, and I noticed after I printed it and put it on the envelope, it said Brain instead of Brian. I was like, whoops. Well, I just copied it. I didn't like type it in. I just copied and pasted. So maybe they wanted to go away, brain. Can't remember which brain it was, but one of the brains. I do have another one out of this one now. So we'll swap that one out. And the one I just took down. Wow. It is a 1939. And it does not, by the way, have a mint mark. So we now have a 30s. Let's see, 39. Got a 40 with Civ 5. 38 with Michael. So it must be Civ 5 and Michael, where they were each one off if I calculated correctly. Hey, Silverman, Old Bell, whichever. 40, yeah, if no one is exactly on, like for example, no one got 38 or 39, I go either direction, so 38 counts and 40 counts. So it's not the Price is Right rules where you have to be under, it's either direction. And this one is a lot newer. It's a 52. It is not a 59. It is our first non-59 50s. That sounded weird. Non-59 50. What was it, 52? Fervid times 2? All right. So, fervid. And the way that works is if you hit it exactly on and you're the only one, you get double entries. I try to remember when people send super chats and that to put them on. And, you know, donation, things like that. I try to remember, but not every time do I do. Thought this might have been a strange one from the edge, because it was in the middle up here. A little bit thinner and darker. Someone's ground it down. It's funny. Wonder if it'll go through the machine. Yeah, I mean, this thing is like toasted. Get you from there. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. If I can see which ones. Oh, wrong one. And if Kahilthos, or however you say it, is here still, you have points. Alright, so who was it? It was Billy. And you go back to viewer activity and look. Elizabeth. And Argent and Scott and BH. Yeah, dang it. And Billy. All right, you guys are now on there. So like I said, again, memberships, and someone sent a Marshmallow 100 or something. It doesn't show up on my thing, so. So whoever, if it was you, let me know. I'll stick yours on there too. Pretty sure it was like a Marshmallow 100 or a Marshmallow High Five or something. I didn't have to. I left work because I needed some pictures of the construction site to attach to our CIB final report for the money we got. CIB is Community Impact Board, and so the state of Utah gives money to places that do stuff in their community and make it better. And in this case, the hospital is building a surgical center, and so they give funds that you can use, but you have to show the progress and what it used for, and you have to send in stuff. And we've gotten all of that money used up, and so now I have to do the report. Jim Thompson gifted us sunshine. Sweet. I'll get you on the board here. So I had to go take pictures because I hadn't taken pictures for a couple months. And I was like, well, I'm already out. I'm going to go to the bank. So I went to the bank. Hey, Donkey Socks. You were the recipient of a gifted membership, I believe. We're 64, so probably 65. So 10 more and we get a 75 light giveaway. And we're on roll 20. Then I tonight's drink was wild cherry cream, which I think is better than the Coke Zero cherry float. Much better. Mountain Dew Baja Cabo Citrus or whatever. At first, like my first drink, I was like, it's okay. And then after I kind of drank it a couple drinks, I was like, wait a minute, this is familiar. And the closest thing I can narrow it to is a drink called Cactus Cooler, and tastes like that, just not as sweet, because it's a zero. It'd be interesting to try the regular and see if it tastes like regular. But it was like, I never buy Cactus Cooler because it's sugared. Yeah, it's funny that my stepdad, he always calls it leaded and unleaded. And I said that one time and someone was like, what? I'm like, yeah, an unleaded. They're like, what are you talking about? And I said, leaded is with sugar and unleaded is without sugar. Hence, leaded and unleaded. I've also heard unleaded as no caffeine. But yeah, I am a unleaded, definitely. And see, that's like all of my drinks are zeros because I'm not fond of zeros. I thought this was going to be a guesser, but it's not. It's a 72. And so I know some people love Diet Coke, and I am not a big fan of Diet Coke. Like if it was Diet Coke or water, I'd take Diet Coke, but I much prefer Pepsi over Coke. But yeah, I know some people swear by it, and it's like I do not buy Diet Coke. If I'm somewhere where that's what they're offering, I'll drink that. But I don't go out and buy Diet Coke. I buy Pepsi Zero. Once in a while I'll buy a Coke Zero. I do like Coke Zero. Not as good as Pepsi Zero. I am a Pepsi guy. But I do buy Coke Zeros once in a while. Like if I'm out of Pepsi Zero or whatever and they have it on sale and Pepsi Zero's sold out, I'll pick up a couple Coke Zeros. That's not a problem. Like right now, you buy two, get two on Pepsi products. That ends tomorrow. Sometimes it's a buy two, get two. Sometimes it's mix and match, so it can be Coke or Pepsi, or Coke and Pepsi. Don't like the zeros at all. Yeah. The one I really like is Code Red Zero, or yeah, Mountain Dew Code Red. And I've only seen zeros a couple times, and that was years ago, and that was like in a convenience store or something. But all I've ever seen, and I know they make it, because I've seen people drink it in, you know, live streams or videos or whatever. And Code Red Zero. I don't know why it is that they'll bring out a regular thing and then maybe make a zero out of it. I do drink Bark Zero. In fact, I picked up a couple of cases of it the last time. Picked up a couple of cases of that and Fanta Orange and Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream. Let's see what other ones. Pepsi Zero Cherry Cream and a couple Frescas and oops. Pick it up off the floor with my feet. And I also kind of buy what I'm kind of getting lower on. So sometimes and see, I like Barks better because it has a bite. Is about the only way I can describe it. Is to me, Barks bites back. A&W is good. I get it once in a while if it's actually on sale, which hardly ever is. But between A&W and Barks, I'll almost always choose a Barks. I remember going to A&W, the restaurant. $19.58. Get that on the board. We're 25 rolls in. Did anybody get 58? Got 57. Oh, 58. KJ. VMC. Jim Thompson. And Civ 5, I think. Those four. Even on, I thought thought you've hit it straight on and then one more. So I think at least 3. It's kind of an interesting one. You can have that one if you want it. Looks like they were trying to maybe make it something out of it. Because usually it's all that, but this, it's like just that spot's gone. Yeah. I was going to say I wouldn't usually keep it, but it's probably going to throw it back out when I go to put it in the machine. But yeah, it's weird that it was just that. I mean, the front was like all of it. But the back, it was weird. It was just that one spot. I've never seen just one spot. Saturday, I had to travel 2.5 hours to my daughter's dance competition thing. And so they have each age group, like this, I think it's 7 8s and 9 10s. And, yeah, because I mean, I find dryer coins and stuff, but I've never found one that the entire back was just the middle gone. It was just weird. Anyway, one of the things, then they have the different categories, like it's the different type of music and stuff like that. But her team took first place in one of those. Because she does 2 different routines. So then they were running behind. So they were half hour behind. So by the time we got done, it was 6 o'clock after the awards and stuff. And then I still had to drive 2.5 hours home. And because I was on call at 9 o'clock. So I got home about 8:30. I didn't get called in till 10, but the one, oh, there we go. I think we found 1, and then one string we found, I think, 2. Now it's 1. So yeah, that's like the, I think, fourth one we found, but I think this one might be short one. Okay. This box must have been on vacation. $130s, $12.40s, $11.50s, and a Canadian. Well, we've got, well, that's weird. Let's fix the 30s. Let's do an apostrophe instead. 30s, 40s, 50s, 26. Oh, what was it? Jim Thompson sent 5 memberships, and that went to William E., Lovin' Life, Eagle Hoarder, Colorado Coin Hunting, and Indigenous Treasure. Jim, get an extra name on the wheel. And this one was a 52. Get that done. Let's see, 52, I got 54s. Corvids and AT. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. Of course, giving away a nickel hunt, of course, helps bring some in. $53 was you. Yep. Was. Get that on there. There we go. I guess I can actually put that one on the board right now because it doesn't really matter on the year. It's crazy we have as many foreigns as we have 30s, 40s, and 26s. All right. I know I saw at least one person, which was Lyle. 1982. Is there anybody besides Lyle? Lyle times 2 if I'm looking at it right. You actually got a double entry because you were the only one and you hit it exactly on. 52 is actually, who was it? Civ 5 was one off at 53. AT. No, for some reason it didn't show up on that. I'll get you on there. I'll fix that. Yeah, it's fixed. Privet and hit AT. Gotcha. Alright, now it's fixed. Some of it I just glanced quickly and then yeah, I saw that. I can run it now or the end of stream, whichever way. Let's do a duck race for it. Actually, not yet. Because I don't want to get mixed up in all those numbers. So after this guess, then we'll open it up for a duck race. I haven't done a duck race for a while. Goose your duck. Or duck your goose. What I do on the duck race is I do a exclamation gone. Instead of choosing pick winner, I copy everybody and paste it into the duck race. And then it shuffles the names or something, and then so instead of trying to put everybody's names and everything, it's just like I just do the thing and then copy and paste and then just cancel. So now you can do exclamation ga. I know we got at least 2 people right. A 1948. It is not the S. 48S is a semi-key date, and this is not it. Get that on the board. And for 48, like I said, I saw at least 2 people with it. Garrett and MLN. If I missed anybody, let me know. But I had Garrett and MLN. Can't remember if you were in here at the beginning, Maple Leaf, but I think I've got the giveaway fixed for Canada. See, what is it, 2026? So 8 years ago, I had my neck fused. Because when I went in, they were like, something about Star Wars Day. And I'm like, what? And they were like, they said something about Star Wars Day, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, I'm not a Star Wars person. I've only seen the original 3 from the 80s. They go, you know, Star Wars, may the 4th be with you. I'm like, oh, I see. They were just amazed that I didn't know anything about Star Wars. Like, I saw the original 3, that's it. I think I've seen just the one, the one that is Frodo and whatchamacallit, Lord of the Rings. I've only seen the original, or the first one, and then maybe part of the second. But I've seen all the Fast and the Furious numerous times. Yeah. Reading the streams, I had lots of quarters and dimes. Found 3 silver dimes and a proof quarter. Nice. Haven't found a proof quarter in a while. Yeah, I've seen a few of the Harry Potters, like probably the first 2, maybe 3, I don't know. But that's the only reason I know what Star Wars Day is. It's because that's when I had my neck fused. It was C56, I believe. They go in through the front, make a little incision, probably about inch and a half long. Can't remember for sure. And they move all the stuff to the side, and then they took out the disc, cleaned out the canals and all that, and then they put the bone in and plate and screws, and then basically put a couple sub sutures in, and then glued the front shut. All right. Doing that, I'm going to paste it, copy the names, come up to Duck Grace, Okay. So I've entered everybody on the list. And oh, look at that. BH. You get that. Well, someone said something about a jetpack. That's the only thing I could figure is it was like sitting there and all of a sudden, because I saw a couple that were kind of like bouncing around in the front, and then all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, BH came flying. But there you go. I don't even think I need to send a regular card, but I can include it either on your next giveaway or I can just send it, because I'm sure you'll win another giveaway sometime. But it's up to you if you want it sent now or just hold on to it for a bit. Excuse me. So I'm good either way. Yeah, usually it's kind of like at the first, someone gets out ahead, and then usually someone from later or mid-pack comes up. But I don't think I've ever seen anybody come flying from that far back. Hold on to it. Okay, I can do that. I don't think I've ever seen one come flying like that from the back up to the front. Duck, duck, gone. Well, he had somewhere to be, obviously. Maybe he was afraid he was going to get shot at and eaten. Yeah, you're welcome, Michael. I always, if someone wants to give one of their, some of their stuff away, whatever, it's your thing, so. Come on. There we go. $2009. Maybe I should incorporate duck races more often. For those 10 new members, you guys have emotes that you can play with. I think I can have, can't remember how many I have right now. I think it's 8. I think I can put up to 4 more or something like that. Argent sent a Dad and Coins membership, and that went to Lori Camarista. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I got 10. Okay. So at least 2 more. No, I think I'd go 14. Look at that. And Garrett sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. Yeah, sometimes it assigns memberships, but people aren't in here. So, wasn't sure if I'd seen you tonight. But congratulations, you're the newest member. Michael Morton. Your name is now Michael Morton. Sent a high 5 for 100 jewels. Thank you, Michael. Oh, what was that? That was... Oh, and Elizabeth got the gold coin. I heard 3, I thought. Oh, Elizabeth sent a gold coin. Okay. There you go. I was like, I swear I heard 3. It's weird in YouTube, it doesn't show the little box or anything like it does with Super Chats. But in Streamlabs, it throws a gray box with a red present, and it says the name and sent, whatever it was. It was because I had to see who was on. So you are now on the wheel also. Yeah, at work they can drug test anytime, but usually it's only when you get hired, unless you had like an injury or you were involved with an accident, like one of the ambulance drivers or something gets into an accident. They have to get tested, or if you're driving the shuttle for the senior people when they're out on a get out and about type thing. But other than that, basically, it's only when you get hired. I work at the local hospital. I work in accounting. I do all the accounts payable. I do a lot of the journal entries. I do all the reconciliations. So I guess you call it kind of like a junior accountant, but I'm not an accountant, but I guess that would be kind of the closest thing to it. I do call, so I work in the ER sometimes, because that's what I used to do, was the front desk before that accounting position opened. So I still help out and do some call. The one guy, my boss, the CFO, because I have two bosses. I have the CFO stepped down to be the finance manager because he's going to be retiring next year. So they brought a new CFO in to start getting everything took over. And so I have him, but then the CFO is basically technically my boss, and then CEO is the one over them. 47. $19.47. And did anybody get it? Got a 46. Dennis and Elizabeth, yep. As I said, I only see two, so. Let me do one thing real quick. I finished mine and I'm still thirsty, so let me open up my bot before you do it, so hold on. I've got to copy the stream thing. And I'm not going to choose the drink. This computer is going to do it for me. So I have no idea what the list is, or what drink is going to be picked. It's not doing it. Hold on. Trying to figure out why the thing won't work. Did I paste the wrong URL? No. Let me do this. And do that. And then close that. Okay, now it's working. I guess my spreadsheet was still open that it writes to. So now you can start putting your drinks in. See, I got Barks, Fanta, Barks, Dr. Pepper Coconut. And we'll let the ducks figure it out. Oops, I guess I've got to copy the drinks first. Oops. I have to take out all the extra spaces between the drinks. And like I said, the ducks are going to choose it. Better than a seal. All right, let's get the last drinks. If you haven't chosen it, I guess my hand's in the way would not help it a bit. That's how I think of seals anyway. I have no idea if that's actually it, but... And then they've got to flap their arms together. Or fins, or whatever they're called. Finish the last few of these, and then it's going to be over. Okay. Let's close that one. Close that one. Where'd it go? There it is. Sort. And come here. So I've put all the drinks in here. Got 15 different drinks. Let's do 15 seconds. I guess 10's the minimum. Where's the duck that BH had? Oh. Dr. Pepper. Cream soda. Looks like one person. Fleabag. Oh, there we go. I will be right back and get that. Just fixing that for a second. My son called at the same time for some reason. There you go. Who was that again? Billy? No, Fleabag. I believe. Because I got to get you on the list. Yum. Ah, oops. My finance manager, my first boss, I should say, doesn't like Dr. Pepper. When this kind of first came out, and I got one, and I was telling him, he goes, that might be okay. So I took him one. He tried it. He goes, it's not bad. He goes, I can tolerate it. Good night, Jim. Thanks for coming, as always. Appreciate all you do. All the memberships and everything. But he said that he could tolerate that one. But if you like Dr. Pepper and you like cream soda, it's pretty good. I've had the Mountain Dew cream soda zero. No thanks. It's I think I'd rather have a Diet Coke over that. Because I like Mountain Dew and I like cream soda, and it's basically, kind of sounds good, but then it's like, Yeah, they call it Dirty Mountain Dew or something like that. And in Utah, they've been having a dirty drink for a long time. It's where you put flavorings in your drink, and then you had it too? Oh, must not have pulled over. I'll get you on the list then. I saw there was another Dr. Pepper. Maybe it didn't put the full thing on. But, yeah, you're welcome. Because I saw, like I said, another Dr. Pepper was pulled over, but it didn't have the cream soda on it. So it may not have just pulled all of it over. But there you go. But in Utah, basically, they've been putting flavorings in drinks, and then to make it technically a dirty is you put a creamer, like a coffee creamer in. So a flavoring and technically a coffee creamer. That was the second drink of the night. And I let the duck race do it for me, because I didn't want to be biased. Because sometimes it's whatever I feel like on my way home. It's like, this sounds good. But I didn't want to pick a drink and be like, oh, well, I'm just going to do it for this person. Nope. The Dr. Pepper strawberry is okay. I like the blackberry better. So I would take the blackberry over strawberry. But I probably wouldn't buy a 12-pack of them again. Sometimes I have to try them before. Yeah. I know that's one thing is up there you guys don't get, even in other, like Europe and stuff, a lot of them you just can't get. Like those Oreos, and people are like, you guys have so many flavors of these. Yep. But then it's also weird because like here you will find stuff like the Dr. Pepper coconut cream, but there's other places that people are like, I've never heard of that. It's another 59. Did anybody go with the normal 59s out of the 6? I think we've had 4. No, 3. Alright, let's see who got. Anybody? We had Civ 5 at 58, which I'll count because it was opened at that time. Oh, William E. William times 2, I believe. This is roll 40. So we have 10 more rolls after this one. Yeah, it's like, I want Mountain Dew Code Red Zero. Cannot find it anywhere. I can find Code Red, but not Zero. And like I said, around here we have one Cactus Cooler. I've never really heard of it until I was in Utah. And that's why I like that Mountain Dew Cabo. It's because it tastes kind of like the Cactus Cooler. Cactus Cooler is a kind of like a orange pineapple. How about that one? Box just kind of gets in my way. Oops. It's interesting, we found two 26s tonight, but no 24s. Yeah, I can do it. So if you want me to, I'll just throw it up and hey, Super N. Brother's boyfriend is out your way in Hendrickson or something like that. In the dunes with the sand rail. Depends on the dunes. We have a state park nearby that's dunes, but there's, when you think the Utah Great Sand Dunes or whatever, it's a different area. Alright, this is for that 2026 we just found. And I'll throw that in on the duck race. So I'll take the names and we'll do that same thing. BH's duck was like on speed or something. Maybe it was a combination of instead of taking caffeine, they took Coke with caffeine. Yeah, there's a bunch of dune areas. We're in the southwest part of Utah, but I know there's some in other areas of Utah and Colorado and stuff. So Coca-Cola duck. It was supposed to be confiscated. So exclamation GAW will get you in on the duck race, which is for a 2026 Denver. I could just go like that, and then you can just see a white blob. Hey, Shannon. Giving away 2026 Denver, if you want in, exclamation GAW. We found one of the 30s. It was not the semi-key date. We found a few 40s, some 50s. Only 109, no 24s, but we did find two 26s so far. And strangely enough, 3 Canadians. time is left? We've got 40 seconds. Hey, G, the first one was the Cherry Pepsi Cream. The second one, I let the duck race decide, and it's Dr. Pepper Cream. And well, there we go. While we're doing the duck race, you can also guess what you think that one is. All right. Copy the names. Paste those. Copy those names. Open the duck race. All right, we got 33 names. Let's set it to 13 seconds this time, because I like that number. And let's see who gets it. Ready, set. Not quite as fast as BH's, but that was still pretty good zooming. So Super N. Gotta write this down before I forget. Excuse me. All right. So Super N, send me an email, dadhuntscoins@gmail.com. And I will get that sent to you. And the one we were guessing was a 1953. Put that on the board and then see who won. Nope, that was for 2026. It was just Michael said that he has one and wanted to donate it to someone. Do a giveaway. Awesome, Super N. So tonight we've had Michael Erickson win the box, A.T. Roberts 25 likes, Billy was 50 likes, and then BH got a 2026 And Super N got a 2026. And that's where we're at. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 8 rolls left because I just barely opened it. Oh, I forgot to put who was on there. Sorry. 53. Let's see. Now I've got to figure out where we started at. New Marshall, Lyle, and Smoker. Okay. Thank you. That makes it easy. You three are now on the wheel. Thank you for reminding me. Or getting them, I should say. And AG. Okay. I don't think you were in here yet, but I did find one more NIFC for you, AG. I had some boxes I picked up, and all of them through the holes looked brand new. No, gotcha. That they all looked brand new, and I opened the end and pulled some out, and they were all brand new. So I take them from about chest height and kind of slam them onto the floor, and it breaks them open. And instead of having to sit there and unwrap all of them. And after a couple times the box broke, and so I noticed there was not all shiny. I'm like, what? So I looked at them and they were circulated. I was like, that's not what the box showed. So I gathered them up and then started opening them and had some nifsies. I added upgraded one that I needed for my third set, and so that one is now available for you. So I just figured I'll just keep searching them as I get them, but well, when you have 6 boxes that you have to go through, your hands start getting really, like, you know, when you're going through, what is that, 300 rolls. So like I said, I just take it chest level, just throw it down on the side, pick it up, kind of flip it to the other side, throw it down, flip them on the ends until the box busts. And then what I'll do is, if you have 2 rolls, sometimes they get a little bit busted. I just go up and whack them like that, and it usually busts both open. And I found I can open 2 boxes like that. Awesome. Usually I send codes and stuff like right then, but I had not doing that yet tonight, so I'll do it after the stream part. But you don't need a code anyway because it wasn't a copper round. Did add the rest of my 5-ounce rounds. And when I get my new batch of copper, most of them I think are the same, but there are a few that I know I'm out of or have never had. I know that there's some Trump ones, there's some think Seated Liberty or Trade Dollar or something. I think there's some Walking Liberty. It's just a mixture. So if there's any new ones, I'll put those on. Oh, come on. There we go. Number 2 of the night. So because it was just a mixture, I picked up 156. And I've only been buying them if I can keep them at the same price or lower as what I've currently spent, so I don't have to like raise prices or anything. And this was right at the exact amount. So I was like, yeah, I'll do it. So those will probably be here tomorrow or Wednesday. I can't remember what the tracking says, but there will be a few new ones on there. And like I said, I added the rest of my 5-ouncers. I have one Alien 5-ounce glowing eyes without the case, and I have 4 coming that are with the case. And then I have it's a limited edition. I don't have it yet, but I took a picture of it. Screenshotted it. It's in a case. It's like some kind of snow one. So if you go to my website, you'll see it. I can't remember off the top of my head who it was, but the order you placed, I think it was on Sunday morning, I sent out today. Finally have our first one of those. Sweet. Hopefully we'll find you a P now. Like I said, almost all of them are always Ds, but... Well, tonight, 2009 was just like, I'm going to break his leg so he can't even show up. Well, he's hobbled in. 4 left to go. Saw someone that said something about there were so many away or something. It's gonna read it, but now I can't find it. $16 away from 5,400. Nice. What's funny is I went to 4,000 and 4,001, 4,002, 4,001, 4,002, 4,001, 4,000, 4,001, 4,000, 4,001, 4,000. It's like for the last, as soon as I hit that 4,000, went up to 4,002, and then it went down, and then it just kind of is bouncing back and forth. Like I said, this morning it was 4,000 and yesterday it was 4,001. And the day before it was 4,000. So it's like, is someone liking, unliking, liking, unliking, liking, unliking? It's not as bad as some of the people that have like all of a sudden they drop like 10. I think the most I dropped was 4. Up to 100. Oh, there's another one. I don't know why it won't focus. Close, far away. Number 2. 2009 thought break his legs, he can't get here. Well, he's saying, 3 rolls left. All right, where did it go? Find it with my foot. Pick it up with my toes. Of course, I have no control over the boxes, and I'm at least able to get some. And right now I do have 2 boxes in stock. And if you want to do them, I do have those on my website. And we'll switch that out. There. For some reason, it looked like it was in an angle or something. The one that I just pulled off is a 1955 D. So it's not the 55 Philly, which is a semi-key date, but it is a 55. I'll get that on the board and we'll see who got it. And I'm going to come in here and put War. Elizabeth, you'll want to change yours. It's going to be 42, 43, 44, or 45. Same with Fervids. You'll want to change it. 42, 3, 4, or 5. No one got 55. Well, let's see who did get it. 54 with Jolly. 56 with Fleabag. 54 with BH. Lyle. So 54s and 56s got it. Go back up to the top so I can see it, and there we go. So, Jolly, Joseph, Fleabag, BH, Lyle, Silverman, yeah, I got Joseph. There we go. And there's all right. The year on the S is the first year, 42. All right, 42s. Did we get any 42s? Yes, we did. Start at the top. New Marshall. Dennis. Mike S. also. Okay. See, it's one of those, if I went through it very well, I would get them all, but I just kind of glance through them really quickly as best I can, and then hope that you guys catch the others. But usually you guys already have them up before I even get it. This is a little different situation because I already knew it was going to be a war. And I don't put the year, I just put the war. Nope, you guys are all great because some of you will catch one, and I've had it where we all see, you know, like 3 of them, and someone else is like, no, there was this one also. In 2009 went out and busted some more legs and said, no, come on. Come on. There we go. Give you guys another guess. It's always good when we get some more. The last half of the box has been really good. You guys are absolutely great. I appreciate all of your help. Even ones that aren't mods that give the names, I appreciate that too, because like I said, we've missed stuff, and Last roll. At least we've had enough, see, 1, 2, 5, 14, 15, 17 that we can guess tonight. Plus, we've done some other things. There we go. No mint mark, but it is a 39. So another 30s. 1939. Yeah, absolutely. Furwood donated the hunt, and I appreciate all that. Oh, there you go. Thomas and Dennis. Thank you for those names. And we do try to, help people if they, don't know the years. Like when we did the war one, someone put like a, 48 or something like that. And we try to let you know if we catch it. Hey, it's only going to be these years. I saw someone put, it'll be 38 to 59. So we try to catch those and let you re-guess. Because we know not everybody is familiar with all the different years and which ones are what. Last half of the roll. So we try to make it fun and as fair as possible. Yeah. And I've had it before where it's like, oh wait, that afterwards it's like, I didn't see him put that. Otherwise I would have said something. Yep. That's just like at the end of the stream when I let anybody who is here and wants to get in on it, get in. Yeah, 263, which is the TDR triple die reverse. This one's in horrible condition, but I don't see it. Usually on the backs, the easiest place to see it is at that top or bottom where the 5 cents Monticello. These are 64 Denvers, looking for the D over D. There we go. I use a Tomlov. I have it on my, it was a hand-me-down, but I have it on my Amazon store. They usually run about $60. You can get other ones. But after I'm done with these, I'll show it to you. I think that's just, yeah. Yeah, we know that, some people aren't in here all the time, so, they don't know exactly how everything works. Yeah, this one is a Tom Love. And then down here gets grody, and I'll just clean it with a alcohol wipe. All right, so we had the 39 and a 39 both Philly. We had the 47, a 48, and a 46. And the war, but it's different. I did have the war nickel. We had a 55, a 53, 59, 52, 58, 52, 59, 59, and 59. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 3 Canadians. $3.09. Two 24s. The 2 26s that were donated. And get one of these. While we're doing that, let's do the end of streel. It's not an end of streel, but if you want to call it that, you're welcome to. End of stream. Giveaway with also an entry onto the wheel. So we had 2, 3, 6, 15, 25. So thank you, Fervid. Very generous of you. I know it took like a month or something like that, but I wanted to get the paid hunts out of the way. While we're doing that, I'm going to put the box finds on my sheet. 001323932 and I'll put those as extras. So overall, from the last part when I started on 2025, and then all of this year, for this year we have one V-nickel, and we've done 33 boxes of nickels. 0.4 buffaloes per box, 0.6 wars, 0.8 foreign, 0.6 non-buffalo 30s, 4.6 non-war 40s, 8 50s, 2.2 of 09, 3 2024, 0 in proofs because we only had one, and 1/2 extras, which are like 2026 and that sort of thing. Oldest coin on the list, yes. List, yes, thank you. Let me open that one back up. I will sort it by year. The oldest we had was a 39, which was Billy, Chris, Dennis, New Marshall, JC, VMC, AG, B. Waller, Thomas, Brian, you all get entered on the name of wheel of names. I'm doing that. I'm going to resume that while I close this part. And thank you, Billy, for reminding me. Oh, we got 3 eyeballs by Billy. He was on the lookout, so he gets 3. Alright, I'm not seeing anybody else getting on the thing. We've got everybody on here, I'm assuming. So let's close the entries. I'm going to go like that, but I need to open this one again. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Pick winner for this one, for the end of stream part. Lori. You'll need to email me. Give me your info. I will give you a, and I'll go through it here in a second. To kind of show you everything. We've got 107 names. The winner of the wheel Elizabeth. Congratulations. So on what you'll do is you'll send me an email. I'll give you a code. You come to Dad Hunts Coins. You go to the copper tab. I got all my copper rounds, the 1 ouncers. These are 5s, they don't count. But any of my 1 ouncers, you can see like front and back. If you click on it, you can go next to each other. Then you just go add to cart. I don't know why there's 2 in there, but so when you're in here, that discount code I give you, you put it right there and you check out. And then when you go to check out, when you put your information over here, I believe it is, it'll say shipping. It should be free, so there is a GA shipping. So if you do have any questions on that, just let me know. But that is how I do it. And like I said, you just come to my website and you go to copper right at the top here. That's the Amazon link that takes you to the Amazon. It's 1 extra click to go through my website, and I get like 1%. But I've got all kinds of stuff. I kind of try to group them together, like just odds and ends and stuff. Like the bars, I try to put, kind of next to each other and that sort of thing. But you can see all of these. And if you come down, like say, for example, this one, if you click on it, it's going to be 1 left. If you click on something like that one, it won't say anything because there's plenty. So I give it pretty good directions, but you can always let me know if you need. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Yes, I'm talking to myself. As always. Also on the website, I do have my Somerset pre-summer sale. So my pre-summer collection is all of my merch, which is the stickers, magnets, my tote bags that I use to return coins. I can put about 50 pounds worth, usually about 2 boxes of halves or so. And then all my copper rounds. I don't know why that one's right there, because it's a 5 ouncer, and I grouped all the 5 ouncers together. There are a couple that are 3 ouncers, like this one. This one's a 3 ounce. But again, you can see the front and back. But any of that stuff on this page is all part of that pre-summer sale, which is 10% off. This is the new one that I got that's coming. It's Winter's Embrace, the Frozen collection, and it's a limited mintage. I don't know what the one I have is, but there you go. I do have one without the case on these ones, so they're like $1 cheaper. But some of them I have like one, like this one I have one of. Some of them I have multiples of, like this one, that sort of thing. I do have some other stuff, not too much, like some currency, just some $2 bills and things, just some consecutive. But anyway, that is that part. You have one again. I need to be ordering tonight. AG has it, and I want one bad. I know there's been a couple that I've only ever had one of, and those went like that. And I know AG bought a bunch of them. One was the Memorial Day with I think it was the boots on the back or something. And the other one was Love Thy Farmers or something like that. My kids will be calling probably here in just a second. Usually they call right before 9. And when they call, I just put it on mute. I'm still here. It's just on mute. But there you go. I don't know why it keeps putting me on my regular. I want it on Dad's Hunt's coin. There we go. And when you do it through the website, it'll give me your address. So if you do have a new one, you can always let me know in the email because I do put them onto a list. And tonight, for some reason, I was using a red Sharpie. I did buy a new 4-pack because some of them are. So, yeah, you can see the things that I have on there. Like I said, if you click on it, it'll tell you how many I have. If it's under 10, it'll tell you. If I have more than 10, it won't say how many I have. It'll just be there. I think we'll check some of these other $50 boxes and see if they are circulated, because like I said, all the other ones weren't. But
your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
I'm back. I couldn't remember what the online store command was, and I should probably change it to !store or web or something. Single nickel box hunt, $30 on the website. Now let me take a look. No, I show the No Frills 15, the nickel hunt like we did tonight with a pack of either copper or penny or nickel is 25. And then 40. It shouldn't add shipping. I guess we'll... Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it says 30. I'll have to fix that. Thank you. That's good to know. Out of curiosity. And it shouldn't do shipping. Let's just put it in and test it. Yeah. The box hunts are free. And if you're local, it's free, but it should pull up that way. And then for me, I have taxes, but I don't know if you guys have. I think it's only if you're in Utah you get charged taxes, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. But while we're thinking of it, let's go to the inventory. Come down to the nickel hunts and change that. Either I put wrong on one or the other, but for now I'll just put it for 25 and because I think that's what I have it normally like if you look at the things. So the other one should be a 40. Yep, that's correct. And the other one is 15. Yeah. So at least the prices were right, I believe. The descriptions are now correct. All right. And again, thank you to the 11 new members, which was from the donation. Let's see if I can get back, if it'll show me, because sometimes my screen doesn't like to show me at the end. And it's not. I know there was Billy, Argent, Jim Thompson, can't remember everybody now. But I believe Lori was one of them that got a membership, and I think Elizabeth was the one that did a searcher. So because see, I looked through the bottom. These all look shiny. It's hard to tell on camera, but what I usually do is just pop the end open and pull a few out. See, like that. 2024s. No, these are circulated. Of course, I only checked a couple of them on that one, but yeah, part of it's like the way the lighting is, and I don't have a fancy setup that picks up all that kind of stuff. Like if you were doing actual production stuff. Michael got a membership, yep. I didn't even check to see any on top. Not seeing anything jumping out. But let's do some half dollars. Yeah, yours came through fine. Just purchased a hunt. Hasn't come through yet, but I'll watch for it. I'll write it down just to remember to look for it. Sometimes it comes in like all at once. I'll get a bunch of notifications. And I am always looking for more, but I mean, I can get some, but I would have to spend about close to $25 to get them with shipping, which means I'd have to make them more expensive in that case. See ya, Billy. Thanks. So if there's ones you really want, let me know. I'll keep an eye out for them. But like I said, a lot of them are, you know, I can get them for like 20 and then I have to pay for shipping unless I get like 100 of them or something. Well, on 5 ounces, I think I can get like 10 for free shipping or something, but basically it'd be $5 for shipping if I only got one. And then I'd have to make sure I cover my processing and everything like that just to make a couple bucks. I'd probably have to charge off the top of my head. I have a thing that I put the amount and it does calculations and tells me if it, because of the processing costs and everything. And some of them I can find, but everybody always wants, I mean, not just on like eBay and stuff, but some of them are, you know, they want $30 for them or something. And it's like, it's crazy. But again, like I said, if there's certain ones, let me know. I'll keep an eye out for them. So that if I am able to maybe get some and maybe combine a few different ones if I'm able to, that sort of thing. Because it's not going to be like, oh, they want that one, I'm going to charge them all this extra money. No, I just my usual regular charge up, which covers, like I said, my costs of processing when I sell it and packaging and all that. I don't know why I started from this end. Yeah, service stuff, very thankful for that. My brother was in Army for, I think it was 13 years. I only did ROTC for 4 years in high school. Really want 60 for him before, and Benjamin Franklin's. Might have missed part of that. Oh, gotcha. Hey, Timmy. These are all the things we found right here. 2 from the 30s, war nickel, 3 other 40s, 950s, 309s, 224s, 226s, and 3 foreigns. But the box that I was busting open, of course, some of them were all busted open, and then I put all the rolls up. And the 49th roll I opened, the edge was like a little bit goldenish, dirty color, and I was like, Give me just a second here. Just doing a fix here. All right. Sorry. Was fixing a mistake on an order. Hey, Isaiah. So I did a refund on the part that was wrong. NFC 2007. And if I notice that there's, like on this, it was the shipping that was accidentally not put as GA. So I went in and refunded the shipping on that. Let's see. I have Garrett, Billy, Michael, Lori. Isaiah gifted a gold coin. Thank you, Isaiah. All right, back to that now. It's one of those that it's kind of easier to take care of a simple problem. Yeah, no problem, AT. If you haven't sent your email, I'm not sure. I haven't, can't remember if you did. I think I got yours. Yeah, I did. Michael. Okay, yep. Yours is there. Yours came through. And anybody that had put an order in, or a free round or whatever, or bought anything on the store, that sort of thing, all went out yesterday. No, this morning. I was thinking today was Tuesday. Don't know why. Yeah, that's the one that I had seen through the thing, and I could tell that it was a new one. This one's a... No, it's a 22. I thought it was a 25. But there's this like hot glue that is on it. And I noticed that at the bank, and she was like, "Oh, that's weird." I'm like, "Yeah." My orders I just made went out yesterday. How'd you know? I know what you mean. And it should send you guys... Nope. The wheel is, you do not have to be present to win. The wheel is, because it's throughout the entire night, you know, playing guessing games and stuff. All you'd have to do is, like, just watch that last few minutes, like if it's tomorrow or something. I give you a week to email me, and that's all you have to do is just say, "Hey, I won the wheel." So if you aren't here, that's all you have to do is just watch that last little bit, and then if you win, email me. Yeah, I don't do the... I know some people do 24 hours. You have to, you know, email them and stuff. It's like, I know there's lots of times that my life gets super crazy, and I may not get to it for 2 or 3 days. I've only had one that was never claimed. And it's one of those that, like Joseph, he won the 4,000 sub giveaway and hadn't heard for a couple days. You know, hadn't heard anything, and then Simon, the child, I think it was on Thursday or something, I was like, "Hey, you gotta send me an email to claim it, so I have official record of it." This is one of those, I'm not going to force someone to take it, but my idea is if you enter to want to win something and you win, why wouldn't you claim it? Yeah, and that's another thing is sometimes, you know, you don't get back to even watching the rerun part of the stream or anything. Yeah, not a problem. Thank you, Lori. I know some people, you know, they can't spend all time because it gets late for them, especially, you know, with people back east. Because I'm in Mountain, so you know, I can't start at 3 o'clock because then I'd have to leave work. And sorry, I don't make enough to quit my job. It'd be nice. (2013), absolutely horrible condition. Keyword yet. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm in Utah, so it's one of those that I do Mountain. And I do it so I get home, I have time to change, and then I have time to set up the stream stuff, like the script that I have, and open up the wheel and all that kind of stuff. So at the beginning of the stream, before I start, I do the rolling info screen, which technically is live. (2018), but it's one of those that see you, Lori. And again, thank you. Even if it's stopping in for a few minutes, and I've done that where I mean to stop in for a minute or two and end up staying for a couple hours and falling asleep, and I wake up and the stream's over and it's like, oh, oops. Yeah. (2018). The other funny thing is other streams, people find quite a bit of silver in their halves. Not like they used to, but they'll find, 4 NIFCs. And I'm like, how do people only average 4 or get 4 NIFCs? Because I can go like this and pull up my box hunts. That I've done. Halves for this year, I am averaging 18.8 NIFCs per box. For the entire time from 24 when I started tracking it, 25 and 26, I averaged 19.1. So my silver, like this year, I've averaged 0.3 silvers per box. Overall, I've averaged 0.8. But it's just crazy when I see people that are like, hey, I got 4 NIFCs. I'm thinking 4. In fact, if I look at this, the lowest NIFCs this year was 5. Other than that, they've all been double digits. Let's see, for all the years, the NIFCs, the lowest I had was, let's see, 5, 9, 5, 9, 8, 9, 9, 6, 9. There was one I got 0, but it was not a full box. And one that I got 2 that was not a full box. So it's kind of an asterisk on that. And then before that, I had, in the 24, like I said, the last part of 24 is when I started counting the NIFCs. So But yeah, it's not just like one or two channels I see. I see a lot of channels that they get like 3, 4, 5. It's like, man. The majority I sent back. I didn't start really collecting extra Nifsies because I was doing the sets that I was doing, but I wasn't keeping the extras. And then it's like, I'm going to start keeping some, and then like AG, building a set for you. And all mine are these flat Loomis boxes. I've gotten one that was the flat, but it was the whatever one that is completely like this is a full flap over and then a half flap. There was one I got that was a full flap. And then there was one time I got a square box, one of the double deckers. But other than those two, every single one has been these flat Loomis. Luckily, I was able to talk to the bank because I went in and I said, do you guys, get halves? Can I, if I set up an account, will you order them? They're like, well, just order them. We don't have to have an account. I'm like, well, I'll still set up an account. So I went and dumped a couple $1,000s in. And then they started getting me like 1 or 2 boxes. And they said something. I was like, well, I'd rather have like 4 boxes to pick up. Because their pickup is every other week. They're like, oh, okay. So I get the majority of my halves from the bank. I get everything else, and some of the nickels I get from the bank. But when I would get pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, those all come from the credit union, and sometimes they get some halves. Yeah, something like that. There's a bank in town that I had gone to a couple times, and they won't even talk to you. Okay. And it's one of those, unfortunately, unless you have like, you're a huge multi-million-dollar corporation, which we don't have around here, but they do have branches in 7 states. Each state is something else. Here it's called Zions Bank. In Colorado, I believe it's called Vectra Bank. But they have like 7 different brands under them. But yeah, they won't even talk to you. And I was like, I'm just looking at ordering them. I'm not going to even be bringing them back. And I was like, I can open an account. I can put money in it. And I was like, I am just wanting to order them. I'm not looking at dumping them. I said, I have another location I can do that. Yeah, in Utah it's Zions. I know in Colorado I'm pretty sure it was called Vectra. But there's like, each state they call it something else, or it's weird. It's not like a Wells Fargo where it's everywhere. It's like, oh, we're in a new state, let's call it this one. If it were here, let's call it this one. Nevada, it's called something, but it's not Zions. But basically, unless you've got tons of money, they won't even want to like really help you much. one of the tellers at the... Well, it was one of those things that after a couple times, and they wouldn't even talk to me. That's when I was like, well, maybe they're thinking that I'm just going to be bringing them back. And that's when I was like, I'm not even going to be dumping them here. $2018. But, you know, you also have places like Wells Fargo that will give you like 2 rolls of pennies a day or something. I hate Wells Fargo. I used to be with them, but they didn't want to work with me with some stuff that I had going on, and with my divorce, and so I told them, okay, took all my money, took it to the credit union and opened it up, and they do lots of stuff for me. I take both the bank and the credit union. I do take them about every quarter or so. I take them goodies. Usually it's cookies from a ice cream shop, but they also have cookies, and I'll take them like a dozen. They're kind of bigger cookies too. They're, you know, they're not just regular, but they're, you know, they're about that big. What, 5 inches across or so. And I get an assortment of them. It's not just one kind. Yeah, no. Like I said, I had them when I was married. Well, before I was married, and then while we were married. And then it was like, And it is funny that I can't remember what it was, but it was some kind of email. It was like, we miss you, we want you back, or something. It's like too damn bad. But yeah, I have a bank that's a state bank. And they're basically in southern Utah. In fact, it's called State Bank of Southern Utah. Go figure. And then my credit union is Mountain America, which are all over in the West. I know they're in Idaho, Utah, Arizona, I think Nevada. They're in a bunch of states. $2018. $20 rolls to go. The bank, when I was picking up these boxes, she was asking, how long does it take you to go through all those? I said, it depends. I said, if there's a lot of new ones, not too long. I said, if there's more circulated ones. She goes, because she said something about, oh, you mean like if they're all just shiny? And I'm like, well, yeah, but, you know, I look at them. But yeah, if they're all like brand new, there's not really much to look for. Yeah, mine is great. I mean, I walk in and they know me my name. Of course, I'm there picking up coin, but even before that, I'd walk in and they'd be like, "Hi." And like I said, my state bank that I go to is great because they're not like super huge everywhere. You know, it's a smaller setup. I still actually have an account with the bank back home where I'm from. You know, I'd opened that up when I was, you know, very young kid. And then I had the checking, I put a line of credit on that basically was like an overdraft, but it's an actual credit line. And I keep enough to keep that account open because I've had that for so long that it looks, you know, credit reports always look at the long history or whatever. Well, mine's been open since I think it seems like I want to say 17, but I don't think you can get line of credit at 17. So even if it was 18, that's 28 years ago. So having a line of credit that's 28 years old is great. Yeah, when I bought my car, because my other one literally died, it threw a rod. It only had 128,000 miles on it. And I keep, you know, my car serviced and stuff, so it wasn't like I, you know, didn't do it. It just went from fine to horrible and went down to go trade it in, and it died, literally. It didn't blow oil all over the road, but I was sitting there and you hear this, and my car was like not going. So luckily I had a spot. It was like right next to 2018, a pull-off ramp, but it was like a huge empty spot. And so I pulled off and called my mom. I was like, can you come get me? So she took me down to Vegas, because in Vegas you can get cars cheaper than you can here. Because I was looking at some cars in St. George, 2018, and I happened to come across one that was in Vegas. Like the parameters that were set up just pulled in from Vegas because we're only 3.5 hours away. So I was like, oh, okay. And I found one, and it was a 2021. It had, and this was June of last year. It was 2021. It had 21,000 miles on it. It was the top of the line. It's a Ford Edge, and it is the titanium. So it's got the Bang & Olufsen sound system. It's got leather. It's got, I mean, you name it. Every single thing that you can get is on that, in that package. And so I was talking to him, and I called him and stuff, and They told me the price. I was like, okay, I'll give you a down payment right now if you guys will hold it. They said, okay. They said, how much did you want to put down? I said, I'll put down $5,000. They said, well, we only need 1,000. I was like, well, I'm buying it, so I might as well just put the $5,000 down. They're like, okay. I was like, I know I'm going to get a back if I, don't want it or anything, but. But they were great to work with. They didn't want to give me a great rate or anything, you know how dealerships are. I was like, yeah, I'll just get it through my credit union, because they wanted to give me like a 10% rate or whatever, and I can get, I think it was 5.5 through my credit union. And it's like, I can always refinance it or something later. And they wanted a payment, put me in I think it was a 72 month. I said, absolutely not. I was like, I will not go more than 4 years. Absolute max is 4 years. They're like, oh, but this will make your payments. I said, I don't want cheap payments. I want it paid off as soon as I can. And I'm probably going to make extra principal payments on it anyway. So they kept trying to get me things. I was like, no, just let me sign. I'll get it. So of course, they always send the finance manager guy in. He's like, well, what if we, did this? What if we did that? I'm like, Wanted to add stuff on. I was like, nope. I was like, I don't want that extended warranty stuff. I'm not doing it. And I knew I could get the credit union at 5.5%. And theirs was at, I think, 12% anyway. I'm like, no. So he ended up giving me a they're like extra extended warranty that Ford calls. I can't remember what it is, but I mean, it covers everything, like electronics for the screen. Because the screen, if it goes out, it's like $2,500 to replace it. But he ended up throwing that on, and was able to bring the interest rate down magically to less than what the credit union wanted to give me. So I got the full extended warranty at the same or better interest rate, and in the same 4 years. And I calculated it up, because usually they are not worth it at all. It was like a $4,000 warranty, cost of it. And I calculated it up, so between the price that I was going to pay at the credit union compared to what he was putting me in with that extended warranty, it was like, because of the way the financing and stuff was, ended up being like $37 more a month or something. I was like, well, I'm going to have it paid off quicker anyway. So it's like, I can get this extended warranty for $37 a month, because I paid for it in full, and a better interest rate. Got an email today from them, and it's like, we haven't seen you. Your car needs service. It's not good to not service a car. You know, one of those automated emails because I haven't been into their place. It's like, I'm not driving 3.5 hours to change my freaking oil. So I just like, nah. Nice. And I looked at the history. It must have been one person, like a couple, old couple that owned it, because it was never, yeah, thanks, AG. Like, it wasn't ever sold multiple times. It was with the same people, serviced regularly, everything. So, like I said, it was a 21. I got it in 3.5 years old. It's crazy. Because some people don't do homework before they go. They just go and then they're like, oh, okay. But I calculated payments out. I was like, this is the max I want to spend because I don't want to be in debt forever. And of course, most people don't go into places and already have everything planned out with what the interest rate and payments and terms and everything. That's why I was like, no, I can get it for less through my credit union. Well, what if we did this? Nope. Well, what if we extended the years? Absolutely not. But yeah, normally I never do those extended warranties because they really don't cover much. This one covered like a ton. So I pay extra on it every month and I'll have it paid off well before the 4 years. I think this last month with the balance on it, I think I was on track to pay it off 7 months early. And that's only paying like $28 more extra per month. So it's not like I'm paying $150 extra per month. I'm only paying like $27, $28. Last roll. So what was it? July was my first payment. So it's 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 payments. Paying an extra $27 a month or whatever. So that's what, $270. And I'm already on track to pay it off like 7 months early. Because I don't want to be in debt. Alright, let's look at these ones. I used to never really look at all the 71s and 72s because there would be close to a third of the box, it seemed like. But now with all these new 24s and 5s, it's kind of manageable. I've only got, what, 40 71 Denvers, maybe 12 72s. I know some people look at every single coin forever under a microscope. Looking for little die breaks, and I don't have the patience for that. It's like sometimes I'll double check and look at something more closely if I think, oh, what's that? And then it's like, no, that's just a scratch. Or, you know, is it a die chip or is it a ding type thing? And I find on the 73s, I look at the I's and B's because you have extra on the left and it's easier than In God We Trust, like most of them. But on the rest, like the 74s, I look at the year because that 4 is distinct. I have different sounds on my phone so I know what's one email, what's a different email, what's my Shopify, what's my kids, if it's my mom, that sort of thing. And that was a Shopify one. means probably someone redeemed one of their codes. I don't think I've ever found a 71 DDO. I think I had one found for me. Like when I was having a box hunt done for me. But I myself have never found one. I've only found the 73 and 74 DDOs. Never found the 77 or 72. I have found the No FGs in both 72 and 82. There was one box I had 3. I had one 72 and 2 82s. No FGs. In one box. Well, had an 18 and 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 18, a 7 and a 13. I just need a 17P. Let's see, is that 13? I think it's a D. There it is. Yeah, D. So it's not one that Adam needs. Oh well. Well, that's about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 Nifsies. Not the greatest, not the worst. The box that I had started smashing open yesterday ended up being the one that had a silver in it. Oh, excuse me. It would help if I did that right. There. All right, well, thanks, guys. I'll throw a few of these in with my Missy bag, so when someone wants to start anew, I always put some nicer ones in if they don't have like rings of death, and that was not bad. I'm picky on my 2018s because I find so many of them. Alright, well there you go. Thanks for watching. We'll stream Thursday, as far as I know. I think I know someone said they were going to order a box, but I don't think I've seen it come through. But right now I do have 2 boxes available. If you want those, let me know so I can get you the correct stuff for doing it on my website. And I guess we will see you Thursday. Thanks for coming. Have a nice night. Appreciate all of you.